Hello. Happy Tuesday. Welcome in, everybody. We're back in Factorio. I needed a little bit of a break. We did some other stuff last week, but we return as we always do. So I am trying to remember what I was doing because it's been 2 weeks now. We're going to put some lights in here, though. Why are these separated by 3? Why did I do that? Oh, it's because these ones are, and I lined them up. Okay, that's fine. That, I think, means that these power poles are in the wrong spot, though. It's here? No. Ooh, okay, that's going to be funky when I have to scale that up. Worry about that later. So, this is... Oh, yeah, the names are really in the factory. So, what are we doing today? I think this doesn't have grease, and we were looking a couple weeks ago, and I was contemplating that it might be time to revisit oil processing, like, entirely, to try to make more grease happen. Yeah, like, we're making a little bit, but not enough. Okay. Yeah, my to-do list is a bunch of questions. What's up with grease? Do we need more Petri dishes? And what to do for ammonia production? Okay. We were looking at ammonia last week or 2 weeks ago as well, and I remember not being happy with any of my choices there. So, is that something that we can do, like, somehow with oil processing? Like, get more ammonia out of acetone and syngas to organic solvent and ammonia, and we can get acetone out of cumene. So, like, I don't know how good this recipe actually is for ammonia, but, like, yeah, maybe. And then there's Waller synthesis, but this is a lot of hydrogen, a lot of sulfuric acid to make the formic acid, I think. Yeah. And then there's just, like, synthesize it from nothing, which we have the tech for, but also seemed really expensive. Shale oil, gas bladders, coke fluidization. Unfortunately, I don't think tar processing gives me the products that I need for grease. I have to do oil or bitumen processing for that. And tholins, which we're not doing for a long time. Yeah, none of the ammonia things feel great. But grease, I feel like, is something we can work on. Potentially just by... Apparently we have plenty of cumene. All right. Well, if we have plenty of cumene, then maybe we can get away with... Is this even running? Disabled by control behavior. This is my non-cumene phenol. I was hoping to see that, like, we were backed up on cumene and this was running like wild, and that would mean that we were getting plenty from cumene distillation. Or sorry, rather it would mean that cumene distillation wasn't backing up. I'm worried that we are. No. We do have some, not a ton, but some. We do have plenty of acetone. Oh, and I'm already using that as my organic solvent recipe. Cool. So we would need to suck down more. Well, unless I have other organic solvent. Of course I do. We have so much organic solvent all over the place. This one is the naphthalene and carbolic, but it's not even running because I don't have naphthalene? Huh? All right, now we're into the what's wrong with all my tar processing. There's plenty of naphthalene. Did I turn off that organic solvent? Maybe I just turned this off. Oh, it's only requesting 24K. Oh, okay, yeah, this is turned off. I was trying to empty this, and I had it set to, like, request just enough naphthalene to try to use up the carbolic oil that was here. Okay, so that does nothing. That's not real. And the other organic solvent is in the old base. So what I think that's telling me is that unless and until I find a use for organic solvent, I'm not going to be able to use this as a path to more ammonia. Because we're just not using up the acetone. Okay. That is unfortunate, but it is where we're going to be. I think the question up here, yeah, and this is running fine. Condensates are a little backed up. I don't love seeing that. These are running though. This is pi. So what am I doing with the condensates here right now? We're doing... Are we doing yeah, we're doing the refined nat gas loop on the condensates. Yeah. So we're not even extracting the refined natural gas out of this. We're just getting naphtha, BTX, and tailing. Not that much naphtha. Well, okay, they're all turning on. I'm trying to understand what the pathways were that I like decided to use for all of these things. Especially if there's anything that I could turn into more low distillates, because that's what we need for grease. We can check that. I made a mining vehicle in Minecraft. Ooh. What, I forget what mods you were running. Aeronautics, okay. I still haven't tried that. It is on my to-do list for sure. Is doing what I want it to do. Sorry. My chat notifications seem quiet. I'm not sure why. Oh, I know what's wrong. You are... No, not that. Ah, it is. Okay, I don't know why that is. Turned it down. All right, I fixed my chat notifications. Sorry. Bio oil to condensates, low distillates, medium distillates, crude oil, or bitumen. Okay. Furnaces infinite lava production can drive anywhere as a crafting table. Excellent. Is it perhaps time to make... What can I do with residual oil? Residual mixture, okay. We could make a bunch of filled comb, and we could do bee bitumen. Yeah, the other option is here. The bitumen froth via oil sand. Do I have an oil sand? I do. It makes bitumen. Not a lot of it, apparently. We might need to ramp up our oil sands production. Yeah, we have plenty of naphtha. Hey, special small parts fired. That means we eventually got some grease. So we're not, like, totally screwed. I don't know what this tar production is from. Oh, this is literally just a tar thing here. Okay, it's unrelated to the bitumen. So yeah, if we scale up bitumen, then we can scale up... Where's bitumen processing? Down here. Because this just needs a whole rebuild, right? But if we wanted to scale that better, we would feed it. I mean, I feel like we would want to feed it into oil processing so that all of the, because they just give different, the same outputs in different ratios, right? So that would give us more of the heavy components. On top of what we're getting from oil without, well, hopefully without oversaturating the light components. And that might be all we need to make grease, like, run more consistently. Yeah, we only run this xylitol as a top-up, and it is running. This xylitol is also running, though. That's part of it, is that our xylitol demand is getting a lot higher due to all of our updated ore processing. What are you? You turn medium distillates into high distillates. Yeah. That should basically never be happening. Because all of the medium distillates... Okay, well, we just try to turn them into cumene, so that should be overflowing. Unless we have no, we have more use for... Sorry, what have I done? Stripped distillates overflow out. They overflow all the way down here. Oh, to xylitol. Okay. Yeah, so medium distillates can make xylitol, which will reduce the demand for low distillates. Okay. That's fine. So far as it goes. And then condensed distillates is just gasoline and petroleum. Or with tin, I could turn it into just hydrogen. Ooh. That's a choice. Wasn't I saying something about needing heaps and heaps of hydrogen if I wanted to try to synthesize ammonia directly? How's our nitrogen? Our nitrogen is fine. We have heaps of nitrogen. So... potentially, this doesn't solve our grease problem, this solves a different problem, but if we wanted to, instead of turning condensed distillates into, and I don't know how much spare condensed distillates we have, I don't know what else we're doing with high distillates, how things are routed and overflowed. That's an input from the medium distillates, okay. And this comes right off the oil cracking. All right, so yeah, I think all of our high distillates should be getting turned into naphtha, if I'm reading my pipes correctly. Well, naphtha and condensed distillates. Yeah, so if we swapped this out for making hydrogen, we would have a decent source of hydrogen. Let's pop that into the spreadsheet. I just want to see what that looks like. So if we find, yeah, condensed distillates to gasoline and petroleum, we get rid of that. We turn them into hydrogen instead. 250 hydrogen a second is not a lot. But I do also, I want to bring in some amount of, I should check our demand for xylitol and grease and kerosene here and update the is one thing I should do. But then I think I also want to unify bitumen processing here, because if we bring in some amount of bitumen and we do this, right, that adds to all of our everything. You know, it makes all of our processing more, but it gives us a lot more low distillates without drastically overflowing our other options. I'm worried about how much coke this looks like it's making, though. We might have to find a better use of residual mixture. Can we use residual oil for what we need? No. Residual oil just gets turned into residual mixture again. Yeah, and we get some from the low distillates to heavy oil process, which I don't necessarily love. There isn't a great use for residual mixture, is there, other than burn it? And then the coking gas oil, I mean, it can be a fuel, so we could just void it. It's not a great fuel, so turn it to steam, cool the steam, call it a day is an option if we don't want to be dealing with, you know, 200 coke a second or whatever coming out of this thing. All right, let's check our grease demand, our xylitol demand, and our kerosene demand, and then let's also see what it takes to make 300 bitumen. Because I don't think we're making that much from our oil sand processing. Oh no, we are. We're making 300 bitumen. What uses bitumen? Oh, we've got this recipe, which is theoretically pulling all of it. Do we actually run this anymore? With like all the other sulfur stuff that we've been doing? Yes, we run this a lot. Okay. So we would want to double our bitumen, which I don't think is too difficult for us to double our oil sand input. And that would give us another 300 that we could use in this oil processing. And then obviously we would have to upgrade all of our other processing. But what I want to make sure is that, like, again, our xylitol target, our grease target, our kerosene target, everything else are set the way we want them to be. So like xylitol is used in iron plate and nickel plate at a grand total of, that's 75 plus 180, 255. So in crude oil, okay, I have this set to 260, so xylitol is good. Grease. Yeah, grease is probably the one that we've most spiked the demand on. Two, or we're going to call it 75 for the sake of rounding. 100. 125. I mean, if I feel like being aggressive, I would say I want 150. All right. So I think that's going to be a lot of our problem. I think if I get rid of the bitumen, this will no longer solve. I think that's too much grease. In fact, I know that's too much grease because we're not keeping up with our grease demand. But kerosene is in antimony and tin. Tin wants 20 on its own, and antimony wants 65. So that's 85. And again, for the sake of round well, I'm going to say for the sake of round numbers. But yeah, 150 fits there. Kerosene, if we say 80 a second, what does that look like? We really want like 3 machines worth. Let's see. One 2.5. This thinks we can get enough xylitol now out of the medium distillates, which is cool. I should figure out what our demand for like naphtha is and like plug all of these things in just to make sure that we are making enough of them. I think switching hydrogen over or switching condensed distillates over to make hydrogen is gonna be the right choice. It does seem like we're gonna need a lot more hydrogen one way or the other. And I don't think I need all that much petroleum gas. Let's double check that, though. It is used in a couple of things. 150 plus 75. Okay, so we need like 225 petroleum gas. Heavily p-doped silicon makes a little bit, but basically nothing as a byproduct. Oh, and here we're turning aromatics and hydrogen into pretty much all the petroleum gas we need. Does this run full time? Seems like it. Yeah, and there's plenty here. This isn't set as a high priority. Do I have the one here set as a high priority? Or are they both just kind of sitting there running? This is set as a high priority, so we're trying to clear the petroleum gas out of this system. Okay. In that case, I think... I mean, worst case, I can scale up the dedicated build that makes it from... Well, makes it from hydrogen. Is that actually worth it? Mostly an aromatics sink, I think. Oh, we can also do naphtha to hydrogen. That's probably a worthwhile way to be thinking about this if we pop back into YAFC. All right, so it seems like we make enough petroleum gas. Double checking. 140 plus 66 is just over 200, and this is capable of making 225. Sure. What are our other outputs? BTX. We need for Arcod jelly, and we need for maybe a certain amount of benzene. But this system is capable of making benzene on its own. Did I build benzene on site, or do we just ship out the BTX? I think we might just ship out the No, we have benzene here. Where do we have benzene? Oh, we overflow it from xylanol. Okay. So we'll turn the stripped distillates into benzene if we have the option. Maybe I shouldn't let it do that, but maybe that's necessary for it to balance. I don't remember. Hey, Board. Good to see you. That's fine. That's not captured here, but it's fine. So as far as things that need BTX, in theory, we make a certain amount of benzene. That's 75 a second, and the Arcod jelly wants 55, so that's like 130. And this does not have enough listed here. We get 30 from natural gas, so we only need like 100. This is not going to run anymore, so we can't count this. And this is inverse, and I'm not sure why it shows up there. So what did I say I need for BTX? Like 100? Yeah, and now we're not resolving anymore. Uh-oh. And what that means is we might have to make even more bitumen to bring in. Yeah. We're willing to go up to like, maybe not a 9, a 6. That's what we want. Twice as much bitumen, or as much bitumen as oil, really. Now we're in a realm of maybe balancing this stuff, but it doesn't look like it wants to balance with 3. I mean, I could see if I'm converting BTX in places where I don't want to. This is trying to turn all the BTX into xylanol instead of low distillates. Turning all the low distillates into kerosene and grease. And then heavy oil. Which, let's also get heavy oil as a proper output, because that's another one that I have not properly accounted for. If we're redoing oil processing, then we want to track it all. 75, 130, 160. Call it 175. I'm fine calling that 175. Yeah, and then clear fixed production amount there. I don't know why I set it in the sheet as a fixed production. Yeah, and cannot solve. There we go. But if I'm willing to say more bitumen, it can solve that. Gasoline is currently coming in as an input, and we might need to just generate enough gasoline to balance the system. And I guess that is this. Well, we can do stripped distillates to gasoline. Or the condensed distillates to gasoline. I am not sure which of those is the better choice. Right now, the stripped distillates become a combination of cumene and benzene and olefins, which turn into aromatics, which all becomes xylanol. And the condensed distillates all turn into hydrogen. So if we want to make it from the condensed distillates, this one, it does not like that. We cannot make enough gasoline to balance this if we just do that. Okay. So that means that we have to do at least some of it from stripped distillates. Okay, and that does balance. So that says turn all of the condensed distillates into petroleum gas. We don't get any hydrogen out of this after all, which is too bad. And then some of the stripped distillates turn into their thing. And then that rebalances, yeah. So it pulls some of the, because we have excess heavy oil that's being output as BTX here. So maybe we actually do get the hydrogen we want. Yeah, we just have to pull more of the stripped distillates into gasoline, which means we turn less of the stripped distillates into xylenol, which means we turn more BTX into xylenol, but that's fine. That's a totally reasonable outcome. We're also going to turn a bunch of naphtha into hydrogen, though, so whatever. That is the next thing. Naphtha. We're going to need, this is actually going to be 45 a second to get enough for us to run what we want to run. So this already needs 260. Probably 250 is the number that we care about. And then a bunch of other stuff that uses naphtha. And that's a void, so I don't care. 20 a second. What does this have? Oh, naphthalene. 110 a second, naphthalene again. So we only need like the 110 plus what we need to make bitumen, which is 260. So call it like 400. And then the excess naphtha, I mean naphtha to hydrogen, right? Just steam crack it down. Yes, excellent. That gives us like 600 hydrogen that we can potentially make use of. The coke oven gas and like 100 coke, which is a lot. I don't know how we're gonna get rid of that much coke. Obviously we loop some of it, but that much bitumen is a lot. So maybe the thing to do is to increase our oil input instead of our, that does reduce the coke to a more reasonable level. Yeah. Okay. And that means we need less naphtha in for the bitumen, right? Because we're back to only 2 belts of this, because we need 300 for oil processing and 300 for sulfur. We do need 50% more crude oil, but that also reduces our naphtha demand, right? By like from 263 to 175. I don't know, it's by like 80 something, right? And I had rounded up, so we probably can say we only need like 300, which means even more hydrogen out. Look at all that hydrogen. In that case, is it worth? Is it even worth doing the condensed distillates to? Like, do we do this instead of making them into hydrogen? That still doesn't make all of the gasoline. We still need to do a little bit from the strip distillates. We get a little bit less hydrogen. We still have over 1,000 hydrogen out. Oh, but then we have the petroleum gas output again. And I don't really want to have the petroleum gas output. So if we can simplify that away, then I'm happy. Okay, I'm fine with that then. So I'm probably going to want to redo some of where we have extra overflows here. A lot of things just overflow into BTX and we output extra BTX and that can get voided and that's fine. Other stuff is going to be more difficult. But also we need a lot more DDCs. I think we might even want to start upgrading everything to Mark II buildings here, even though, yeah, we can't use prod modules because this build is big and we can make it more manageable if we start reducing at least some of the things that are very large builds. Apparently we're not turning low distillates into BTX at all anymore. But I think I still want that as like an overflow path because kerosene, xylitol, and grease don't have other uses. So if kerosene, xylitol, or grease are backed up, we want to do things with them. We can send it to BTX. Anything that takes heat. Oh, actually, we do want to make these Mark IIs because they take heat. And anything that takes heat, we want to put efficiency modules in. And then anything that's more than a couple of buildings, like, okay, we can stick with a mixer Mark I for the residual mixture from residual oil. That's fine. Yeah, the refined natural gas at 24 Mark II buildings is definitely a lot. What are we at? 1.3 gigawatts. What's the big power consumer here? Oh, steam boilers that need efficiency modules in them. That'll help a lot. Yeah, and I mean, everything else, we may as well just go to Mark II buildings on. I think it's going to be worth it. All right, so up here somewhere, we're turning... Yeah, turning condensed distillates into hydrogen. Heat generating, the problem is that we're going to need multiple coal power plants. I'm going to have to figure out how many I actually need to get this build done. This is almost a rebuild, isn't it? I wonder if it's easier to... Since this is all Mark II buildings now, I wonder if this is better to make this... I don't know. Another things we're going to have to do is look at this and be like... what's the void path for each of these like distillate levels? Because like the high distillates, okay, that turns into condensed distillates and naphtha. All of that can turn into hydrogen. So do we need to actually add a few more multi-purpose crackers for the hydrogen path to make sure that we can keep high distillates being flushed through? And ultimately we can void hydrogen. And we have a lot of demand for hydrogen anyway. So I think that's fine as a plan there. And then like medium distillates. What do we do with the medium distillates? Stripped distillates. What do we do with stripped distillates? Some of it becomes gasoline, but that's really just an internal process. That's so the system can run its own stuff. Yeah, benzene and olefins are the other options. Do I have anything else that I can do with them? We can do fuel oil. We can do methanol. Okay. But like benzene, we definitely always have uses for. Olefins, we can always find uses for. I mean, this one, maybe. There's other ones. Filter olefins to methanol could work. I don't know. So I think we can find a sink for stripped distillates, unless there's another use for... Oh, we can convert the... Right. We can convert the medium to high. And that's what we... I think we have that as an overflow already in the system. Yeah, that's this. So we'll need to figure out... And this is one of those things that we have to do kind of manually because... Hey, J-Man. Just because YAFC assumes that we're using all of these things and outputting these full values, but we're not going to be. So, like, okay, from 375 medium distillates, how many of these multi-purpose crackers when we upgrade them to Mark IIs?
Oh my god, I'm in space!
Space! J-Man, thank you so much for the 3 months with Prime. I really, really appreciate that. So yeah, I'm gonna have to reevaluate how many multi-purpose crackers I need, and also what do I need to do as far as power plants for all of the things that take heat in this. So that solves high distillates and medium distillates, as long as we have enough capacity to ultimately turn all of that stuff into naphtha and all the naphtha into hydrogen. So we got to have those extra crackers here. And then the high distillates to condensed distillates and naphtha. Yeah, okay, so it's 1-to-1. So if we've got 375, before we had 400. So we basically need twice as many of these machines making high distillates into naphtha. And then twice as many machines doing condensed distillates, and then lots and lots more machines doing naphtha to hydrogen. What's the hydrogen for? Ammonia is the answer, I think. I've realized that I can get a ton of hydrogen out of oil processing, so... we can get a few hundred ammonia as long as we can get the nitrogen from this. And that's what it's going to have to be. None of the other ammonia options felt great to me when we were looking at them a couple weeks ago. And since I need to redo oil processing anyway to get more grease, we can shuffle some priorities around, get a ton of hydrogen out of this, and just make the ammonia directly from nitrogen and hydrogen. How massive? I mean, we already have a really massive nitrogen build. All of this. The field of... Is it enough, though? Who knows? How much nitrogen can we actually make right now? That's a good question. Oh, so many things make... I don't know. Is 2,000 nitrogen enough? And I just accidentally hit the close button. Yay. One second. Let me get the capture for that. So yeah, if we're looking for my nitrogen usage, it's right there. The drop down being a pixel away from the close is my problem. Some of these things are going to have liquid nitrogen as their demand, not normal nitrogen. But so that's 500 already right there. That's liquid nitrogen. 540. Call it 700. 850 liquid. 1200. Okay, well there's all of our nitrogen. 2200 liquid. Although everything that uses liquid also makes a little bit of extra nitrogen. Liquid. 2250. That uses the contaminant. 2260. 2400. Okay, so we're... It's also annoying that the summary isn't more sortable. Yeah, if I could use the summary screen more easily, that would make my life easier, but unfortunately. Okay, so this is what we do, right? Is we add beacons to the filters for one thing. And then we make these Mark IIs. And then we say we want twice as much. And we'll be fine. Yep, I think we upgrade the DDCs to Mark IIs, we beacon the filters, and whatever we end up with, we end up with. That's... whatever, 75 of those, a dozen of those. Whoops. Yeah, beautiful, perfect. And we'll make, yeah, DDCs, we could put speed modules in them. And then how many filters do I currently have built? One second. Currently have 30. Can I support 30 with if I speed module the DDCs? Oh yeah, we can. And we still get enough contaminant out. All right. So if we beacon what we have and put speed modules in the DDCs, we get 10,000 nitrogen a second. The problem is the 1,300 oxygen a second, which is gonna impact our ability to make hydrogen from here. Because this system makes like 1,600 hydrogen a second. But if all of our oxygen comes from nitrogen moving forward, and it might... Is this going to make us net less hydrogen? Certainly not. Like, I don't think we're even burning hydrogen right now. No. So yeah, my concern is that we're not going to be able to turn. Yes, we'll just do that because it's time to upgrade all these things and whatever. But my concern is that we're going to struggle to get enough. Yeah, we will be making a crap load more from oil. That's true. I guess my question was, if we overdo nitrogen and kill this oxygen production, will the excess hydrogen from oil actually be available to make ammonia? Or will it be replacing what we do here? Does that make sense as a question? But I think we'll be okay. Oh, and also I'm going to need a bunch more pressure pumps, which I guess we can also put speed modules into. If I put speed modules into those... Oh, oops. I made a mistake. I put speed module 2s into the fraction, into the DDCs, not speed module 1s. So we actually can't handle... like 24 filters, not the full 30. But okay, 20 pressure pumps, 24 filters, 75 DDC Mark IIs. I'm not sure how many beacons that's going to be to get all the filters going. I'm going to have to play with this setup. Probably I can just run the beacons right up the center and change this so the filters go around the outer edge instead of a single filter belt. Oh, because I forgot there was a Mark II pressure pump, if I'm being honest. There we go. 8 of them. That works. And yeah, here we're going to we might have to move this belt to the outside and just do a big like loop around so we can fit the modules in the middle, or the beacons. And then again, we're not going to be able to run all 30 of these, although if I do it right, yeah, this is set to overflow anyway. So I'll just leave all 30 of these in place. And even though we can't quite run it full speed, it'll just be there. Okay. Speaking of adding a bunch of beacons, how are we on... We're not quite fully saturated on getting our power online, but very nearly. It's almost time to build another power plant. Which is fine. Oh, yeah, we've got like 40 gigawatts. Not even worried about it. All right, let's get the shopping list for nitrogen done first. Because that's a quick upgrade. Oh, yeah, we'll double power again soonish. I guess I could get them all started on that process. Because I don't think we really get better power. Like, in theory, we get renewables stage 3. But everything seems to actually be gated under... Yeah. Renewables stage 3 we get, but we don't get solar power until much later on. So I think we're kind of stuck with... Oh, we don't even have 2 yet. Yeah. Here we go. Tier 2. But that is hiding under prod. So we'll probably double the current power like one more time. That'll get us up around like 180 gigawatts. Yeah. And then hopefully 180 gigawatts will take us to our next power options. Oh, we don't need these filters. Everything else we do need, though. Do we need the prod modules? Because the prod modules are all for the filters, right? Are these filters already prodded up here? They are, so we don't need the prod modules either. And then I should have a few beacons in my inventory sort of by default now. I do. Okay, so that'll get nitrogen cleaned up. And then after that, we need to scale up our oil sand production, scale up bitumen from oil sand. And then we need to decide if we want to try to upgrade oil processing in place or if we want to rebuild. And we will be looking at all of that stuff when we get back from the break. It has been an hour. If you have not moved around in the past hour since you've been watching me, now is a good time to get some water, stretch your legs, and when we are back from the ad, we'll actually implement the things we've been spreadsheeting for the past hour. I'll see everybody soon. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the ads. How are we doing here? Did we get everything we needed during the break? We have 75 DDCs, we have 8 pressure pumps, we have bonkers amounts of speed modules. Hopefully I have enough speed modules for my beacons if we need to add some there. So I think the answer is yes. The only thing the bots are bringing me is just more asphalt. So let's head over. Like I said, we're gonna do nitrogen first. Before we do that, let's just get the requests in to double bitumen. So I'm gonna go back to 15 a second here, and if I export the shopping list as a constant combinator, this is my favorite trick. So we import. Do I have power near here? I was like, where can I do this where I have power? Right here. Shopping list 1. And then if I export the list for 30, I'm not going to flip back and forth between the screens. Apologies. So now we have like the big version and the small version as 2 different lists. And we grab an arithmetic combinator. We put the small one on green, big one on red, and we say each signal on red minus each signal on green, output each signal. And then we dump that into a chest here, set to set requests. Cool. So this will grab all of the extra machines that we need to add to grow that build. Can't always get away with that, but when you're just scaling up an existing build and you're not adding modules, you're not changing the types of the buildings, the tiers, or anything, you can sometimes get away with just throwing in a subtraction and calling it a day. So we'll get the bitumen production upgraded, and then we'll have to spend a little bit more time. Let's see. We are going to upgrade. Ooh, that's cool. I knew it worked with from to to. I think that's the first time I've ever done it to from. I mean, it makes sense that it works bidirectionally, but I just never. Oh, I turned off my RoboPort. There we go. I had just never tried. All right, that is a bunch of DDCs upgraded, and yeah, the nitrogen contaminant is going to be the issue. Pumps with their speed modules. I have 2 modules, which means one of these didn't get its modules. I missed one somehow. Did I? One of the pumps? How did I end up with 2 extra modules? Yep, I did miss one. There it is. All right, and then this has to get redone. We're just going to pull everything out of the middle here and contemplate our life choices. Certainly not going to have that hooked up there. So if these are AM5, FM5, the range on them, yeah, is not big enough, which means we need to bring these in Ooh. Yeah, that's gonna work. Just barely, though. Yeah. So everything here needs to get brought over one. Here. Same on this side. And then theory. Yeah, that's hitting 6 of those at a time. Next 6. Next 6. Next 6. And the last 6, because there's 30 of them. Perfect. All of this needs adjustments now. And then how many filters do these each go through? It says we go through a little more than 1 a second each with the speed modules on them. So long-handed should be fine. Except that doesn't actually do anything useful. Okay. And yeah, everything's using 1 1/4 a second. Except they're not getting nitrogen contaminant because it's not actually hooked up yet. So let's do that part. Now all the filters turn on. All right, I think that's it. I think that is nitrogen now running as fast as it can. This is going to be insufficient. Because we make up to like 3,000 nitrogen contaminant a second, and we have to overflow most of it. So these can only move 1,200 a second. We need a couple of them. That's fine there. And then I think at this end, do we have a pump here? Yes. Oh, but that's 12,000 a second, and we only make like 8,000 a second. So that'll be fine. That can actually run full speed. All right. The only other thing would be setting our train limit to like big. Well, what's the max that this can do with this many tanks is the question. 240, so that's 10. Basically 10 trains, 9 trains, really. We might need to put bigger tanks here. Just because we're going to be making that much nitrogen that quickly. Cool. Nitrogen is now no longer a problem. Apparently, I need more fluid trains again. That is a problem. All right, next is the bitumen. Well, oh, there's another thing we need to upgrade that I kind of forgot about, which is we're going to be making more bitumen from oil sand, but we are not making more oil sand yet. Do I have that as a thing that we make? No, I just have to find where I've got the mine set up and expand it. There we go. Oil sand. Which of these makes 1.7? So we're making 20 a second. All right. So we only need a few more oil sand extractors then to go up to 30 a second. And then this has to be a high throughput station though. Here, let's get those added to... I think 8 is going to be reasonable. Oh, and we have them on the way. We have a bunch in storage. Cool. Apparently we built those back in the old days of the old mall, so there's just still a bunch in storage. So we'll get the bitumen upgrade. I also will need to get more crude oil mining going based on the numbers that I've got going on here. We're 340 a second from each of these, and I think I have just 2 of them. Medium oil derricks. Let me see. Where's factory search? Entity. There we go. Yeah, we just have 2 of them. So we're only making a little more than 600 a second, so I do need a third oil derrick somewhere. Okay. That's fine. We'll figure that out. Yeah, with the upgraded bitumen, and then we'll also have to tear down the old bitumen processing system, although whatever. That's so small and does so little. I don't know if I'm worried about it necessarily. So first things first, right up here, bitumen from oil sand. Yeah, this is going to be coming in now at 30 a second, so this needs to be changed to a high throughput station. Unfortunately. might mean all of this is too close on the north. This is very snugly built. I've mostly learned to stop building things this snug with the tracks. Ooh, we might get away with it. All right. Just barely, but we got away with it. So then the first step, 15 jaw crushers. There's currently, what, 8 here? Yeah. So we will grab... good. And I'm going to be lazy, and we are just going to take a red belt up because I don't want to deal with having to split the belts. All right, and then we have 5 a second of the crushed oil sand into each of the 2 halves of this, so that's fine. I do have to move these boilers in my way. So hydroclassifiers, we have 4, we need 8. And then 15 electric boilers, it says, and I do have 15. Okay, I am gonna do what was done before. Here, put these like here. That's water. 875 a second plus 750. Yeah, we do need a second pump here. And then actually, I'm going to do this part with new pipes since it's kind of getting redone anyway. And that frees up the old pipes in my inventory. I have to hook up all of this steam to the old system. There. There's all the steam. Next, again, these pressure pumps are going to have to get moved. We will reconnect them later. The other side is centrifugal pans. Yeah, there's currently 7 of those. We need 13. Oh, and of course, that comes right in over where I need my water to come coming from. So we're going to have to reevaluate that. Also, this output, which Gonna need to go up and over instead of through the bottom. All right, and I need to find a place where I'm gonna get water now because I just buried my water source. Somewhere along here, there we go. The steam didn't connect. And then pressurized air is 4 pressure pumps, which I do have. That's used in 2 stages. Again, I should do this up here. Am I out of... Oh, I am out of those undergrounds. Shoot. I mean, I do have this. Okay, I'm gonna try to be targeted with where I'm upgrading my pipes. Just because there are gonna be... I don't want to replace all of them because I think that's gonna be too many. But if I can be targeted with it. Pressurized air? Pressurized air. Oh, shoot. And this is exactly what I was trying not to do. Oops. Now we have mixed systems. Yep. Okay. All right. We're gonna put the pressurized air entirely on new pipes. I just have to be really careful that I'm only upgrading the thing I care about. Okay. All of those are turning on. Tailings goes out. That's fine. And then flotation cells. There's currently 5. There needs to be 10. Okay. So, you're not getting... Miss you with the upgrader? Did. You're backed up on the bitumen froth, which may or may not be correctly connected all the way through. There we go. Yeah, now all of these have turned on. Perfect. And that is the bitumen out. So that doubles our oil sands to bitumen capability. I have 2 stuck trains, both of them at fuel depots. I'm not going to worry about it for now. Now, where is my oil sands? They're occupied. Where is that? Where am I going? That is near Circuit Mark 1s. Okay. That's fine. A little bit of a trip, but it's not too bad. Okay, and we have... Yeah, we still need lots of fluid trains. So we are likely going to have to make more fluid trains sometime soon. Because this has been popping up a couple of times today. And then I got 8 of these. I got 8 of these. I guess I could have just put speed modules into the ones that I had. Oh, look. Still not quite enough. All right. Well, in that case... $38 a second. I do have one more set of these, right? Yeah. Down here... One train with a stop. All right, I need to let that train come through, and then we'll switch this over to a high throughput station. Finally dispatching. Yeah. My, when there's a lot of trains coming in and out of the depots, they get a little unhappy. Oops, sorry, bumped my mic. Not a lot I can do about that. But we have everything set to not return to the depot unless they have to, so... In general... In general, I'm not too worried about it. There's a reason I stopped making depots any bigger, though, and we definitely cannot make them any bigger. Sweet. So that is the easy parts of the oil system upgrade done. Next, we have to actually upgrade oil processing, and I need to decide if I want to try to do that in place or if that is going to be a clean rebuild. Because what we have in place right now is not necessarily what we want to have in the final form. I kind of want to change some of the overflow priorities, and I'm wondering if it's better to just turn off the oil input to the current one, let it burn through everything, and build the new one fresh. And especially because we're going to need to add... Oh, wow, these aren't moduled. Jeez. That's a lot of power. We're going to need to add bitumen as an input, which, like, yeah, okay, we can do that. We have space here. And then I want to change some of the outputs. We're not going to have petroleum gas as an output anymore. We will have hydrogen as an output, though. I don't know. I could probably make it all work here. Yeah, let's do it here. So let's grab our shopping list of all the tier 2 stuff. And then I need to add some things to that shopping list based on the like overflow void priority systems. And we will figure that out momentarily. We're going to need some extras of some buildings. And I was talking about this a little bit earlier, but like each of these fractions, right? The low distillates, the high distillates, the medium distillates, they get used for specific things. And if any of those things are backing up, then we need a way to deal with that. So like what am I trying to say? For heavy oil, we can turn it into BTX, and then we have BTX voids elsewhere in the system. Sorry, not heavy oil, low distillates. For medium distillates, we can actually overflow those and turn them into high distillates at 1-to-1. So we need, enough machines to do the medium distillates to high distillates. Which looks like maybe like 15 multi-purpose crackers. It's going to be a big build. And like, I should be able to assume that we have some baseline level of consumption happening. So I shouldn't have to do all of it, but we do need a certain amount of that like pass through to keep the system running. High distillates, we already can turn into naphtha. So like the fix for that is going to be to like double our capacity for light oil to naphtha to hydrogen, and then we can void hydrogen at the end of the day. So that's like another half dozen multi-purpose crackers, some extra gas refineries, some extra light oil refineries. And then low distillates, like I said, that already just overflows to BTX, and that's the overflow. So that's not terrible. All right. And then we make a lot of coke. We're going to need to figure out how we're dealing with that much coke from the ionic upgraders. Because 120 coke a second is a quadruple stacked red belt, which we can do. But that is pushing the limits of one belt. Oh, and this is all built with efficiency module 2s. Oops. Mark 1s, please. YAFC thinks I have access to the Mark II efficiency modules, and I really don't quite have access to the Mark II efficiency modules yet. Soon, but not quite. Oh, shoot. And this is off my radar range. I wanted to see how we were doing at the special small parts. I guess I can check all time. Oh, we've already made 12,000. Awesome. We need 40,000 for one trip worth. So that's the number we're looking for before we're going to be ready to work on Mech Parts 3, because we need special small parts for that. Yeah, I think I can move steam production here. And that'll give me room for another column of DDCs, which will be the bitumen input column. And then, because we're upgrading a lot of stuff to Mark II buildings, some of these columns are actually going to get shorter, even though we're doing more with them. And some things are going away entirely, right? Like this gets turned into, well, it's going to be gas refineries again, but we're doing a different recipe. So okay. What can I do while we're waiting for all of this stuff to craft? Because that is quite a bit in the mall right now. Well, maybe it's not. Oh, is a bunch of this stuff just not even on the allow list? A bunch of these Mark II oil processing buildings? I bet they're not. Okay, that's what I need to do. We need to get everything in the allow list. Gas refineries, light oil refineries, compressors. I bet a lot of that I never put in the allow list. What else aren't we making currently? Ionic upgraders, heavy oil refineries, everything else it looks like we have. All right. And apologies if there's some construction noise again. Ooh, and we need the... Oh, and I didn't even see if we needed... Yeah, the Mark 1s of some of these. A lot of these ones, the Mark 1s, should be available in storage because they were made on the old mall. So, like, even if I forget to allow list them... The Mark 2s will still get built. But, obviously, if we can get everything running here... and look at all those Mark II bots. The mall is so much faster with the Mark II bots. They're almost fast enough that I would consider trying to extend the system. Wouldn't that be wild? Maybe that needs to be a project soon. Maybe we wait for Mark III bots. When do we get Mark III bots? Advanced robotics is not too far into... Yeah, because each tier of RoboPort gets bigger, right? 100 by 100, 120 by 120. Yeah, 140, 160. We don't get a bigger one. Okay. If that's the best RoboPort in Mark II... Yeah, or Mark III. And I think we wait until we get Mark III. And then we can use the Mark III RoboPorts as our grow the whole base. Get RoboPort coverage everywhere. At which point we can just start to use bots for everything. And then I don't have to run around anymore. We'll be doing everything from the map view. Won't that be weird? We will need to make swarms of construction and logi bots if we're going to try to do that, though. Certainly swarms of construction bots, maybe not swarms of logi bots. All right, a bunch of this probably got built pretty quickly. Yeah. Yeah, there's already 3 more of those on the way. 2 more of those on the way. Yep, we're getting there. Geez, 44 boilers. Should I beacon those? Maybe we should beacon those. Here. We say efficiency plus speed, and then let's reconfigure this. The Mark 1s, because that's what we've actually got. Okay, only 15 boilers if we beacon them. Yeah, let's do that. That saves some boilers. Still, it's still 2 gigawatts worth of boiler, but you know, so be it. We have the gigawatts to spare. Yeah. Yeah, we're only pulling like 40 gigawatts. Of which, yeah, a quarter of our power demand is now beacons. And if that's just the AM5, FM5 ones, then like, yeah, all the other configurations are pulling less than a gigawatt between them, but still. That is hilarious. Where's my... I don't even see particle accelerators in this list, and that is deeply concerning to me that I have broken something somewhere. Oh, yeah, I kept saying I need to fix this, and I still need to fix some of this. Plutonium-239. Which, like, we use, but we don't use enough of. And it's backing up the whole system. Oh, and look at all that uranium. So... how do I want to fix this, other than just making more storage for Plutonium-239? And that might be what we actually need to do. Just make more storage for Plutonium-239. Because right now we have no 238 coming out at all. And the 238 is what's used for nuclear samples, which we do have a bunch of at least buffered. But that's science. So if we have no 238, we're in a bad place. So I think I am just going to have to double the 239 storage. Okay. We can do that while we're waiting for the... I was going to say while we're waiting for the bots to finish this, but I think they finished it. The mall is so much faster than it was. Whoops, I've been on the wrong screen this whole freaking time. Awesome. I love it when I do that. I don't think it's been that long. So let's we're going down to nuclear first because I want to fix the storage situation here if I can. I'm in the wrong... oh, I wanted... yeah, I am in the wrong place. That's fine. And once we do that, we'll go up, we'll work on oil processing, and then we're going to figure out a big old ammonia build because we've been having ammonia issues, and I think we're just going to synthesize it at this point because all the other ways of getting it seemed awful, so I don't want to use them. All right, so this has to change. Which one are you? 239. All right. So we're going to have a 239 output. Then we need to have a not 239 for the decay. The 239 is going to end up on the opposite side of this belt with the 238. Like that. And then the not 239 can come right down here into here. And that'll be anything that's decayed. Yeah, there were 10 before. I only gave this like 5 more. Yeah. So it's still probably not enough storage because the 239 has such a large decay time. But we're doing something here. Are these ever set to be off? Like, is any stage of this gated on like... No, this just runs continuously. All right. So I probably then also need a... Oh, that's what happened here. Because this is the one that's unfiltered. So anything that comes through here that's not... Anything that makes it this far and doesn't make it into any of these systems will be inserted as uranium and then kind of get screwed up in the decay priority chain. I think we can fix that by pulling this back a couple spots. And then, which one are you? 240. Then you are 241. Back to pi. Yep. I can never stay away for long. And then this will only be decay. Anything that does decay on this part of the belt or in any of these machines will come out along here, up to the decay belt, and join the party there. There's still the chance that if these get blocked up, we'll have stuff decaying in this portion of the belt, in which case we'll still get uranium in here, and like the decay priority might mess up. Because basically I think what happens is when the whole chain of this is full up to the last one, then there's no room for the uranium to get moved in. So even though these are set to decay priority, they're only going to be moving the plutonium forward. If anything ends up fully decayed in back chests, it just gets stuck there forever. So that's something to keep in mind. But it's not, like, critical. We got 241, 240, 239, 242, and everything else here is uranium. All right. So, uranium. Ash. The ultimate destination of all my nuclear products, ash. All right. Well, this should at least help the system run for a little while longer. I think we do still potentially need more storage for uranium-239, plutonium-239. I also probably should turn these off when, like, we have a sufficient amount of the 239, of the nuclear samples, and what's our other output of this? Americium? Because I could probably say at, like, this stage. Yeah, nothing that feeds into this stage decays. So I think if we turn these machines off when we have enough of all three of those things, then we're going to be in fine shape. So let's do... let's see. We'll do this one by hand. And by hand again. All these... Oh! These already had an enable? No. This is not what I want. Enable these when... check mark greater than 0. Now, let's get our outputs hooked up. Americium on this side. The best place to bridge this across, kind of through here, actually. And then through here, it looks like, is where my power poles go, which isn't, like, perfect, but it'll do. All right. We want, if you're less than 10K and you are less than 10K, then no, it's not an and, it's an or. If any of these are less than 10K, output the check mark. None of them are less than 10K, so we're not even going to try. But I believe those are our only plutonium products, so these systems can stay disabled. And that's going to just reduce how much plutonium we're dumping in here just to wait for it to decay, right? That is the main thing we want to try to be doing here, is reducing how much we dump in here to decay, because if we don't need to be dumping it, we don't need to be storing it or something. Okay. Hopefully between the extra storage for the 239 and the oh, I do have to resolve this still. Sorry. We missed one thing. This doesn't reach, does it? Of course not. Reaches. Oh no, not even there. Never mind. Well, it's ad break o'clock, so we're gonna go ahead and let Twitch run its ads. When we come back, we are going to go back to trying to figure out upgraded oil processing. That is still the priority. And then we'll go from there. I'll see everyone in a couple minutes. I appreciate everyone sticking around through the break. Welcome back, everybody. All right. I think nuclear is fine now. Quote unquote fine. We've got Well, we're not sitting on any plutonium-238, but that's okay. I think that's like the least common isotope, and it's gonna get probably always gonna be the one that we're not buffering, at least right now. So as long as we have the nuclear samples and we think that this can turn on, then like when we start to run low on nuclear samples, this will start running. We'll be pushing all the isotopes through, and the 238 will get where it needs to go. I'm really not worried about ever running low on 239, but if somehow that happens, that will also turn this on, and same for the americium. Not that we should ever be running low on 242, because that is also a pretty big thing. So I think we have all the buildings we need to do oil processing. It's just a matter of getting it thrown together. We should be pulling bitumen through fast enough. Maybe. Yeah. We should be making enough bitumen now, because we're only pulling 300 in. Yeah, we'll be fine. My main concern is whether I have enough inventory slots to hold all the buildings that I'm going to be tearing down and all the buildings that we're bringing in initially. What do I get rid of from my inventory? I guess I could get the rails out. We're not going to need rails, I don't think, for this process. We shouldn't need Mark 1 pipes. I shouldn't split up my regular inventory requests into like chunks that I can more efficiently turn off. Right now, all I can do is remove things, and I don't necessarily want to do that. It'll be fine. We'll figure it out. All right, up to oil processing. This is going to be fun. I guess I could pipe the bitumen right in instead of... Ooh, why are we stopped? What did we do? Tailings. Ooh. Okay, apparently I broke tailings pipe? My bad. Not that pipe, Brennan. There we go. Now that's running again. That's fine. Are you lubricant? We're out of lubricant. That is bad. We'll have to worry about that in a little bit. Clean this up. Oh, we do not need anywhere near that many boilers. But so we need 15 DDCs on oil duty. Everything north of this we can just get rid of. And that's just because we're only doing a little bit more processing. It's only like 50% more processing, but we're upgrading to Mark II buildings. So we actually end up with fewer buildings total. And what I am trying to do here with my deconstruction order is just make sure that I am pushing the fluids down where they need to go. Yep, and this is sad that it doesn't have steam. That's fine. We also are going to need 5 of these here. And these ones are going to do not medium distillates, but low distillates. Or whatever the recipe is called. It's residual mixture. Ooh, this is slightly different, isn't it? No, never mind. It's all the same. Well, is it all the same pipes in all the same places is the question. And it looks like yes. Somehow, shockingly, yes. Which means that everything that connects through here, we have to just bring over here. And it should yell at me if I try to do the wrong thing anywhere, right? So, ooh, all right. Condensates is kind of funky. Gonna actually change that. What else have we got? Low distillates. Good. We are going to need 3 pumps for water in to our, how many? 15 electric boilers is what I have. $16 works because we need to beacon them. And forget to hit confirm on the beacon because that's an important part of placing beacons. That's wrong. That's also wrong. What did I do? It's this one that's in the wrong place. No. Am I struggling so hard? Disconnect everything that's there. We're just gonna start over. Beacon goes in the middle of 6 of these. 6, 12, 18. There we go. I don't know why I'm struggling so hard, but fine. We're actually going to pull this whole thing over a little bit. I need a little more space to work to get the steam actually routed everywhere it needs to go. So one of these is a steam. This one is steam. Okay. And that should be good enough, right? Because these are all pass-through machines. Cool. So next we have 16 compressor Mark IIs doing condensates and 24 gas refinery Mark IIs. Okay. Doing refined nat gas. $24. All right. The rest of these are extraneous. And then over here, these are going to be the compressors. One, two, three. How many of these do I need? 16. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And again. Some extra. Because we're going from Mark I buildings to Mark II buildings, even though we have more processing, it is still a smaller number of buildings. Next, high distillates to naphtha is 5 light oil refineries. Yeah, and this is one where we're actually going to need extras, right? Because we also could be turning all of our medium distillates into high distillates. And I didn't grab the extra refineries for that. So if we are going to have another 375, potentially medium distillates turning into high distillates, and each of that happens 10 a second, whatever. That effectively doubles our high distillates. So we would need another 5 light oil refineries. So let's get a request in for those extra buildings that we're going to need. And I will leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these behind, even though it's not going to be enough capacity, obviously, for the full processing. That way I know that we do... Well, I know where they go, basically, by leaving that. Well, you know what? No, let's take them out, and we'll drop in ghosts. Oh, except... Yeah. Next, where we have these gas refineries, these are going to change their recipe. That means that all their routing needs to change. So we're going to pull these ones out entirely. And we're going to throw in doing hydrogen from condensed distillates. Yeah. And then that one also potentially needs to be doubled for dealing with byproducts. And then this is no longer part of the gasoline system. That's a hydrogen out, and I don't actually have a hydrogen out yet, so we will have to route that. And I need to bring in the tin chromium alloy. Is that this? That is that. So that's like something like that. Sure. So that is one of our hydrogen outputs, which is already backing up. Lovely. Worry about that in a second. 8 light oil refineries to turn medium distillates into stripped distillates. Interesting. That one hasn't changed. And let's see, stripped distillates into cumene is only 3 light oil refineries. That's weird. I guess the rest of it gets overflowed. But that's based on our actual, like, cumene demand that I calculated the base is running. So all of those were extraneous to begin with. Or I grossly underestimated our cumene demand when I was mathing out this build. One or the other. Okay. And here's where things are going to get weird because we have to change how we're dealing with heat and other things. All right. Which ones are these? These are the high distillates to medium distillates as a multi-purpose cracker. I don't think I have that. Oh, high distillates to medium distillates in a multi-purpose cracker. This should never run. Oh no, medium distillates to high distillates. Sorry, that's... I was thinking backwards. This will run. Oh, I didn't get enough coal power plants. That's going to be a thing. So yeah, if we have 375 medium distillates, and I can find multi-purpose crackers in here. Each of these can do 20. So I need 20 of these machines. Required temperature is 1.5 K. Max consumption is 2 megawatts. Each of these generates 20 megawatts. So I can run 10 of these off of each one of these. Which is what we already have. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna need 20 multi-purpose crackers that just are not currently accounted for in my requests. I'm gonna need at least 2 more coal power plants. We will need more than 2 more, but that'll be enough just to upgrade this whole system. So we'll look at that afterwards because we're still waiting for the things. High pressure furnaces doing residual mixture to coking gas oil. We need 9 of those. And then coke from that. Okay, yeah, those are all 1-to-1. So that's the same thing. Ionic upgraders. But what we're gonna have to figure out is the coke output of all this. Yeah, because those ionic upgraders, those 9 of them, make 115 coke a second. So that has to be a red belt for sure. And it is indeed a stacked red belt. 13 coke. Each of these can output, it says 10 a second. So we might even need 2 outserters per machine. But if we zigzag after machine number 5, that should do the trick there. And then we need red splitters. How much coke are we sending back up? 42.2. So that's fine going there. And all the other places we're sending it are pretty low quantity because everything's going to be Mark II'd with efficiency modules. So I think that's fine. We're just not getting input, and we're not getting input because some stage of this is backed up, right? Probably the hydrogen. Yeah. High distillates into hydrogen is currently the problem. Because I don't have the hydrogen output hooked up. That's fine. Heavy oil is 2 compressors. Third one is now extraneous. And then just 1 Mark I mixer still to do residual mixture. That has not changed somehow. I need another 3 coal power plant Mark Is, it looks like, in addition to the other 2. So we need like 5 in total. Because we're going to need them for each of these stages here. Kerosene is, geez, 2 Mark II buildings. So, like, this was already just not enough. And then for xylenol, we need 2. Okay, so a couple of these are extraneous. And all of these just have temperature requirements at Mark II that are too high for a Mark I building to reach. So we do need the Mark II power plants. Probably missed a red belt on the corner before the splitter. I did. Thank you. Grease, we need 3 machines. Again, not enough heat. That's fine. Although I can be putting efficiency modules into all of these things. I decided everything that takes heat was getting efficiency modules. And then BTX is an overflow, so this needs to be able to handle all of our low distillates, which is 400 in total. And each machine will be able to do 50. So I'm going to need 8 extra machines. Oh, look, the same number we had before. To do the low distillates. We are getting there. I can drop just one of these heaters somewhere. It doesn't really matter where. 1, 2, 3, 4. Guess I'll just do the first one here. So that'll be able to get itself up to now 2,000 degrees. These take 1,500. Should be no issues. All right, we have benzene from stripped distillates. That's going to happen in 2 light oil refineries now. And olefins from stripped distillates is 3 refineries. Two olefin plants to make the aromatics. And 4 mixers for the xylanol. Yeah, because we're basically making about the same amount of all of these things just in tier 2 machines, so it's not surprising that we don't need extras of those. I'm sitting on 9 multi-purpose crackers and 1 light oil refinery, and I'm not totally certain why, which isn't great. So something didn't get upgraded. Okay, 8 multi-purpose crackers are for hydrogen from naphtha. And then, oh, I also have 1 doing xylanol from BTX. That might be something that I added new. Because I certainly don't have one here that's currently doing that. Why did I add that? Was I experimenting and it just kind of got stuck in the system. Do I need it? Oh, if I remove it, it's going to change all my ratios, though. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know why this is here. Oh, nope, doesn't work without it. So yeah, we need this extra multi-purpose cracker doing xylanol from BTX. Interesting. I guess we just can't quite... I'm surprised because... No, we're using all of our low distillates. Okay. Yeah, this is BTX that we're getting from the condensates that's being turned into this. It's not the overflow low distillates here. Okay. Should I be turning more BTX into that and less stripped distillates into that? Because then we would output less BTX and more hydrogen, basically, right? If I get rid of this entirely, does it balance? Then I have to do the medium distillates to high distillates explicitly now. We still need some stripped distillates for cumene and gasoline. Yeah, and we do output a bunch more hydrogen. All right. I like this, but now I'm going to have to go through and double check all my columns and make sure that we're doing enough here. Because we did change some of the routing. And yeah, this outputs a lot less BTX, which is good because that was a byproduct we had to deal with, and a lot more hydrogen, which is also good. Cool. All right, let's go back and double check our columns. We'll request any buildings we need, and we will... So the first couple don't have to change because those are based on the input quantities. We need 16 of these guys doing condensates. Sorry, 16 of these guys doing condensates. Yep. And then 24 refined nat gas. Yes. Machines making naphtha. I have 5. This says we need 8 now. But I think I also calculated that I needed more of these anyway because we're going to overflow some things. Yeah, because I left space for more. And then same with the hydrogen. We're going to have 3, but I actually want 4. So that's all fine. Medium distillates to stripped distillates. This says we only need 4 machines doing that now. Because we're not going to use as many stripped distillates because we're going through BTX for our xylanol. Cumene should still be the same because that's one of our target outputs. Yeah, stripped distillates is 4 machines, right? This is stripped distillates 4 machines. Good. Cumene is still 2.5 machines because that's one of our target outputs. Yes. This has 9.9 multi-purpose crackers doing medium distillates to high distillates. We know that we're actually going to need 20 of those if we want to be able to convert everything, and we do. So we'll, that is still one of our potential targets. I think, yeah, 9 high-pressure furnaces, 9 ionic upgraders. That hasn't changed. 2 machines doing heavy oil hasn't changed. Kerosene is the same. Xylanol is the same. Interesting that it still chooses to make some directly from heavy oil. Probably because it's a little bit more efficient than going through BTX, or at least the FC thinks it is. 3 making grease. And then however many we need so that we can turn all of it into BTX if we want to. That's all good. And then all of this actually goes away because this is the recipe set that I said I don't need anymore. God, this is a mess of pipes over here. I'm going to erase something that I shouldn't. I know it. We do need to do stripped distillates to gasoline. That is how we're getting gasoline into the rest of the system. So maybe I shouldn't erase all of this yet because we are going to need that. Because previously we were getting gasoline from over here. We're no longer doing that. Of course, all of this is in a bad place. Oh yeah, and we can't keep going that route with the gasoline anyway, because I've got something else in that row. So what I think I need to do is pull gasoline like down here. Yeah, that gets it over here somewhere, and there's our stripped distillates. We need xylanol from BTX, so I need to find my BTX pipe. That's this. This should already be set up to overflow, right? If I can find its output is an overflow. Output is not an overflow. Okay, so we're gonna need to fix that because BTX as an output needs to be an overflow now. I think that's just one of these guys instead of a pump here. Because I want to make sure we get enough BTX that we can turn what we need to into xylanol. And then BTX down at this end will go where it goes. Heavy, yeah, low distillates into heavy oil is an overflow. That's correct. Medium distillates into high distillates should also be an overflow, and it doesn't look... Oh, sorry, that's the high distillate pipe. Where's the medium distillate pipe? Yes, that is an overflow too. Good. All right. I need to go through from the top and make sure I have all these. Initial processing, yes. Condensates, yes. Refined nat gas, yes. Naphtha from... high distillates, yes, but potentially not enough. No, we have enough. We have 10. Hydrogen, gas refineries. We need a couple more. We knew that. Stripped distillates, 4 light oil refineries. Good. Coking gas oil and coke is good. Heavy oil is good. Residual mixture, good. Kerosene, good. Xylanol, good. Grease, good. BTX, we need the machines to upgrade in place, but otherwise good. Steam from electric boilers is good, but I think I'm holding a bunch of efficiency modules because I forgot to put them in those electric boilers. Indeed. Cooling tower. Okay, I need to find our steam output from whichever step makes steam. That's heavy oil. One of the other ones does too, but... let's find where that goes to be voided. Yeah. 4 cooling towers and 2 voids is actually more than we need. says 1 void and 3 cooling towers is enough. Cumene is 3 light oil refineries. That's good. Now I need xylanol from BTX. I need gasoline from stripped distillates. I need hydrogen from naphtha. And some other bits and pieces. Well, and this. The high distillates from medium distillates. So... or mixer Mark IIs. Oh, we don't need those anymore at all. 9 multi-purpose crackers, 5 light oil refineries. So I do have enough light oil refineries, but I'm going to need... a lot more... multi-purpose crackers. I think I have exactly enough light oil refineries, though. Looking at YAFC, it looks like I need 5. Looking at multi-purpose crackers, though, I need 10, 20, like 40 of them. And I have 9. So I need like 31. Gonna request 31, not just 20. I don't need the light oil refineries anymore, turns out. I have enough of them now that we reshuffled what we're doing. We do need more multi-purpose crackers, though. And I'm going to get some more coal power plants, too, because I think we're going to need them. And we do need the heavy oil refineries here. That's for this. All right. So, next step, let's do BTX to xylanol. Sure, in multi-purpose crackers. So that's like this. Now we want to copy and paste and bring over. Oh. That's unfortunate. So this is, what are we making? Xylanol. From BTX, Nextlit plate, steam, yeah. We've got coke that needs to come in there. We've got ash that comes out here, which we can dump here. That's ash. Where's coke? From this belt is where it needs to come from, pretty much. Yeah, we can just pull this right through. All of this is extraneous. This is xylanol. Okay. I think we actually want to change which of these is the top up, because xylanol from BTX is the less efficient method. So we want to do it directly if we can, and then the rest from BTX. What do we need here? We need Nexilate plate for that transformation. Where do I have Nexilate? Probably nowhere nearby. Well, I'm glad there wasn't a lot of space for my misclick to dump a bunch of things that didn't belong in there. Nexilate plate is down here. So yes, we can yoink this right up here pretty easily. Oh, yeah, right here. Perfect. So that'll be that, except Mark IIs. And then the BTX, well, the Steam input needs to be hooked up to our whole Steam line, wherever that is. Ooh. That's fine. We just give it a little zig. And then the last one is the BTX, which is this pipe, conveniently enough. All right. I think this is going to be fine. This needs efficiency modules. I don't know if I actually put those in the build. I did, in fact, put those in the build. Cool. And then I need 2 light oil refineries to make gasoline from stripped distillates. Let me find where I've got a couple of light oil refineries next to each other. Just copy and paste those in. One of these pipes is gasoline. And one of these pipes is stripped distillates. Then our input is tin chromium alloy, which comes from here. What? Oh, the stupid lead rock. That is impossible to see. Rock is ruining my life. I think that'll work for what we need. And yeah, we need like 2 of those to do gasoline for us. So that really just leaves the places where we need multi-purpose crackers. So we need to upgrade these like 20 in place. And then I need another like 20 to do naphtha to hydrogen. As our overflow on naphtha. And that'll basically be taking this column, copying and pasting it over, and changing, you know, the recipe. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 power plants, 7, 8 power plants, and 15 more multi-purpose crackers is what it turns out we need. Okay, well, we have some extras of some stuff. That's fine. Oh. What are the bots still bringing me? Mostly just some belts. All right, we're probably fine. I don't think we have to wait around for the bots. It's nice when we're doing something that's like right next to the mall, because it's easy to come back in and all right, I'm gonna have to get another tank in here and get bitumen requested. We still haven't set that up as an input. Are we currently blocked on condensed distillates? Oh, because I don't have the hydrogen output yet. That's, let's do that. Fluid pickup station. Do I have space like right here? Absolutely I do. All right. Congratulations, you're now a hydrogen station. And I think we pull it right through here. We're gonna make a lot of hydrogen, so we are gonna want a lot of pump capacity here. How much hydrogen do we actually make? 2.24 a second. All right, so just 2 pumps is enough. In theory, this will be able to make more, but like that's definitely pushing into, we can't get it onto trains fast enough. So we might even need a second hydrogen station, is what I'm saying. And maybe that means that we should do it down here, because then I can do my like 2-station logic. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, so high distillates to condensed distillates to hydrogen. And then the naphtha goes to our naphtha output. And then we need an overflow on naphtha. And then we'll take that down, and that's where we're going to do hydrogen into, or naphtha into hydrogen. Did I get 2 more gas refineries in my... Oh, I forgot to request the extra gas refineries. Oops. Okay. So yeah, these have to get up to temperature, which shouldn't take too long with these outputting 20 megawatts. Because yeah, these 10 will only pull like 8 megawatts. I might only need one. Well, temperature drop is a pain in the butt. We'll do 2. And then this all gets duplicated over here somewhere. And this is going to be our naphtha to hydrogen. Oh, that's a Mark 1. That's not what we want. Mark 2s, please. And we will, I guess, finish that up when we're back from the ad break, because it is, once again, ad break o'clock. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water during the break. I recommend everyone else take the opportunity to hydrate, stretch your legs, move around if you haven't moved in a while. And yeah, when we're back, hopefully that naphtha to hydrogen is like our last thing we have to do here, and we'll be done with oil for a little while. I'll see everybody soon. That's the wrong button. How about this one? Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate everyone sticking around through the ads. We are just trying to wrap up. Oh, I'm out of heat pipes. Okay. Trying to wrap up the oil renovations. Yeah, hydrogen, steam, naphtha. So I think this is the same 3-pipe layout. We're going to have coke in and ash out here. Oh, God. Why? Here. All right. This lead rock is ruining my life. Slowly but surely. And then the ash output. How do I want to do that one? Problem is we're going to come across the rock again. So I think I got to swing down. In that case, maybe we just come right down and over this way. Yeah, that's less spaghetti. Come right through here. And power. Let that start heating up. So I need to get heat pipes. And then we're going to need to double check all of our pathing, all of our overflow. Oh, and I also need to actually hook up that hydrogen to the output. So let's find that. And of course, I can't run it through where I dropped this pipe, so we'll drop it a little further south. Shockingly, this worked. That'll be the hydrogen out. That's steam, which is this pipe here. And then that's naphtha. So where's the naphtha overflow? It'll be back here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, we're not running that through there, are we? Maybe. No, we are not. At least not all the way. What is hard mode? So the big thing that hard mode does, and there's lots of other small changes, but the big thing is that it gets rid of all of the voids. So like I can't use burners and sinkholes and things like that to get rid of byproducts. I have to find uses for them or convert them into useful things. Which is part of why my oil processing is such absolute spaghetti. Sounds like a nightmare. I enjoy the logistics challenge of having to, like, find those uses. But it is definitely not easy, and it means that some pie recipes are just not viable in hard mode, and you have to do things different ways. I think it's more fun, for sure. And then, like, some of the science packs, there's more uses for alien life stuff. Some of the science packs need some extra inputs, things like that. But those are more just like, if not for the void restrictions, I don't think those would be interesting additional challenges on their own necessarily. The voids are the big thing. Okay, I've got enough heat pipes. Let's go finish getting that hooked up. And then I need to double check all my routing, all my overflows, make sure that anything that we're outputting correctly. I still might need a second station for hydrogen. We're pushing a lot of hydrogen out of this. Or at least potentially pushing a lot of hydrogen out of this. Can't you just put everything into a gigantic array of chests and then nuke it? I mean, I suppose. Once you have nukes. Which I suppose I could have if I really wanted them. Not cheap. 10 blue chips. Oof. No, you don't want to do that. Those 10 blue chips to make a nuke are way more expensive than the buildings that it takes to process all my byproducts. Yeah, coal power's a pain early game, but speaking of blue chips, is the blue chip factory working? I mean, not presently, but it was. Uh-oh. Why are we blocked on MOSFETs? That's not... Plastic bar. Ooh. Well, I mean... We're out of nylon again. Why are we out of nylon? Nylon's running. It's possible that it temporarily wasn't running. Oh, it's ammonia. It's our ammonia shortage. Right. I knew that. Sorry, I had to remind myself what things are broken. Ammonia is our next thing to target. I started looking at grease and decided I needed to redo my entire oil processing line. And now that that's done, we can start thinking about ammonia. Always out of shit. That's just called playing Factorio. It's always the things that I think of as being sort of like foundational, and I'm like, I just built a ton of that, and then 3 hours later, a ton of it is not enough. Oh, manure. Yes. Yes. I kind of decided I don't necessarily want to use huge amounts of manure to make urea. Also, og food is apparently broken, so that's cool. Oh, that's also plastic bars. Yeah. And oh, is that why I decided I didn't want to do too much from urea? Because it makes another loop, and loops always terrify me. That might be part of it. Part of why I didn't want to do that. All right, so let's make sure that all of our void paths are right. Medium distillates need to overflow to high distillates. That'll be over here. That's this. So the medium distillates input to this should be an overflow. Yep. And we do expect some amount of this to be running consistently because we don't have enough demand for stripped distillates. I don't think this needs to be an overflow anymore because we only use stripped distillates for the things that we need them for now. Yeah. So that's no longer an overflow. Just stripped distillates are always hooked up. Let's see. High distillates, their overflow is to BTX. And I just saw that turn on, so I think that's working. Or sorry, not high distillates, low distillates. Yep. And then high distillates run through the naphtha to... There should be like 10 of these. Yes. And then naphtha overflows to hydrogen, and that's our output for high distillates, is just making even more hydrogen out of it. Urea is the main source for you. Yeah, and I should probably rely on manure more, or make more manure into urea into it, but I want to have enough that I can keep enough plastic running to keep og food running, because I've had too many death spirals from all these weird little loops. And I mean, I guess I could do a huge like tier 1 manure farm, right? If I really wanted to find a version that doesn't use food. Yeah, this one, native flora, moss. Use tier 1 moss even, because we can make muddy sludge on site, make CO2 on site. Oh, that would be gross. That would be a big build. Meat, tree seeds, and yotoi. Space is free. That is true. Trains are not a big issue, or loops are not a big issue when trains have priorities. That is true. And I have set some of my loops up to prioritize the loop. And I could do that. I could have og food be a priority requester of plastic, for example. But then, like, is plastic where I want to prioritize my ammonia? But maybe that also means that I should have some backup plastic that isn't necessarily running on the nylon process, which I picked largely for simplicity, not necessarily for, like, nylon's easy to scale up. I always have extra benzene. All right. I think this is all, I mean, this is still heating up, which is going to be a thing. But other than that, I think we're all like good to go. Naphtha's not getting to this. Is that because we're outputting enough naphtha still right now that we're not overflowing? Or is that because I messed something up? Oh, that's because we're outputting enough naphtha that we're not overflowing. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, do the original recipe. That is definitely an option. Oh, Steam output is backing up. How? Oh, oops. I see what I did wrong. Some of these need to be switched to the 250-degree steam as an input. Yeah, now we see that we need a lot more cooling capacity. All right, that's the issue. So I need a couple more cooling towers and a couple more outfalls. We will get those requests going. And like, I can use it here if I wanted to mess around with overflow and top-ups and whatever else for Steam, because a lot of this will work with 150 degree Steam. That's why YAFC did the wrong thing, because those recipes will work with the 150. But most of the time, it's just not worth the hassle. Outfalls don't use that much power. I mean, we are dumping like 2,000 steam a second, which is like half of the steam we're making. So, I mean, we could halve our steam power budget if we felt like it, but it's effort, and power's free. Yeah, you can't just slap the boiler in. You have to do things about it. And then this says we need 6 offshore pumps in total. So let's make sure that we've got enough water going to everywhere that needs it. I think I might need a 4th one here now that we're at... Oh, yeah, 22 boilers now. So I need another set of 6 of these. Water cycles work well enough. Yeah. Like I said, I'm usually too lazy to get those going. So we need 4 more boilers as well. And that's because it's no longer doing the steam thing. Other places we have steam coming in. Condensates are using more than 1 pump of steam or of water. So here, this needs... There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then there's a few other places that use water, but they're all on their own pump, and it's such a small trickle that I think we're fine. Yeah, we needed the extra boilers and the extra water to feed those boilers because the FC thought that I was looping the steam, but I'm not. Oops. Outfall's missing a pipe. I will fix that too on my way by. Is it? Oh, yep. That one. I can't math. Needed 6 of those, not 4 of them. 4 of them is actually enough. We only need 22. But... For some reason, I thought the bots had put 2 down, because I thought I still had a couple spares in my inventory that I didn't dump from when I thought I was done the first time. All right, this is looking good. Fine nat gas condensates. The steam is still slow. Oh, am I hooked up to the wrong? No. This is 150 degree steam out. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we need like 6 cooling towers. Okay. I don't know why I thought 4 was enough. Oh, and I have 2 more. So, yeah. There we go. That should do it now. Ugh. Apparently I am on the struggle bus today. Yeah, so the next thing on the list is, well, ammonia and potentially Petri dishes. How are we doing on those? Yeah, still a problem. So I think we may have to try to expand Petri dish production. It's wild to me. We make huge numbers of those. Let's take a look at, is it just a throughput issue? I don't think so. I think it is. We've hit our limits here. These are all prod plus speed, so like they're reasonably quick, but we're only making 1.2 from each machine. So it's only like 10 a second. But yeah, it's just a throughput issue. We just need to be able to make more, potentially a few more empty ones as well. I don't know how many empty ones we can make. 10.6 versus 9.6 used. Yeah. Yeah, I might have to move it over to a dedicated build, which is fine because the empty dishes don't take any of the special inputs for like purified quartz or boron trioxide or any of that stuff, unless there is a better recipe for... Nope, we never get a better recipe. So yeah, we might have to just make a dedicated big Petri dish build. I'll need to look in YAFC and figure out what we need as far as throughput there. Oh, I never hooked up the bitumen input, so we need to do that too. Oh, and not all of this is hooked up at all. Okay. I missed some things. I don't think I missed anything critical, but I want to hook this up. Problem is this gets right to where the hydrogen wants to be. Or it'd have to be like here. Isn't great. Like hooking it up to things standpoint. Other option is to come in from like here somewhere. If we zigzag this pipe here, can come through here. All right, I like that. And then it looked like some of these outputs were not totally hooked up. Yeah, the medium distillates aren't hooked up. Hopefully that's everything. Yeah, that's just more crude. Why are we blocked on high distillates? Hydrogen. That's because, oh, this needs to be a high priority hydrogen source. Otherwise, we block everything. And it also needs to be a voidable hydrogen source. Otherwise, we block everything. So I think I just want to copy that from up here, basically. This is like, please come get rid of this hydrogen. All right, we got bitumen. That is running, making high distillates because we're still blocked on those. That's fine. What's going on over here? There's no naphtha in. Oh, and there's no naphtha in because this has been blocked, so we haven't been getting rid of the condensed distillates, so these can't run. As soon as these start running, yeah, these are going to turn on again. Then we're going to start topping up naphtha, which will have to fill this up before it overflows back to hydrogen, and that's fine. Okay, yeah, it's pulling lots of hydrogen from here now. Beautiful. Because almost certainly with, well, if we're not pulling the nitrogen yet, then we still need to make oxygen here, but we are potentially going to make less hydrogen on this end. I need to figure out how much hydrogen we can actually produce and how much we have to spare across our different things. So if our desired or extra products are hydrogen, wow, lots of things make hydrogen. Ugh. All right, what about ingredients? Ammonia, Wohler. That's 750 there already. Acid solvent does not have hydrogen. What? What? Oh, hydrogen, everything that takes hydrogen peroxide is showing up. I just search for internal name. No. Can I use quotes? No. I don't. Because hydrogen peroxide is a lot of stuff. For me to go through all this and figure out which ones are making peroxide and which ones aren't. Okay, well, let's figure out how much ammonia we need. Let's start with that question, is how much ammonia do we need and how much can we make? Is that our current scale for Wohler synthesis? Wohler? 30 Mark IIs with no modules in them. That is our current scale. Okay. So that makes like 900 a second, which is, I know, not enough, but guess who hit the X again? I'm struggling to do. Okay, back in. So, desired and extra products, ammonia. And we theoretically make up to 300 as a byproduct from organic solvent. I don't want to rely on that, but like, we'll say for now that we make like 1200. And we are going to find that we consume so much more than that. All right. 80, 90, 120, 170, 180, 400, 430, sure. That doesn't matter anymore. 500, 620, 640, 1200. And I don't think anything small matters anymore after that. 1250 maybe. 1300, 1400, 1500. Okay. We reliably make like 800 plus another couple hundred, maybe 1,000. So we need like 500. So if we want to do that via Wooler, I mean, we could double this, right? We should make enough hydrogen for this now. The question is the formic acid and the cyanic acid. But like cyanic acid also takes a bunch of ammonia. So there's like this awful dependency when you try to use Wooler that makes building it all up kind of a pain. I don't necessarily want to do that. At this point, you're getting 100% of cyanic from meat. Interesting. Yeah. What am I turning meat into? The void. Apparently, I'm just voiding it down to jerky, which seems pretty wasteful. Do we have meat that's running into that jerky system, or is it all going to other places? I mean, that's not running. Okay. So wherever my meat is going, it's not going there. Although that could be because something's broken over here. This looks distressingly slow right now. Oh, but Og food has been busted, right? So nothing makes sense as far as my ale stuff. As long as Og food is busted, then like none of my analysis or predictions of what's going on with AL is valid. So there's no point trying to look at that at the moment. Meat is probably a good source though. Almost all of those atomizer recipes are good. And I just need to do more of them. But we do have the recently unlocked ammonia, yeah, from nitrogen, hydrogen, and chromium, right? We want to do like, oh, and we can prod this. Let's set this to the tier 1s though. That's what we're actually getting. Yeah. 600 a second from 10 machines. We just scaled up nitrogen. We're making a ton of extra hydrogen now from oil processing. That was one of the things I wanted to do, was get the extra hydrogen for ammonia. So I think this is viable. And then if we can make more cyanic in other ways, that will reduce our ammonia demand quite a bit, because this is like a third of our total ammonia consumption is going into cyanic acid right now. Probably I need the urea processing, right? Because if we do the cyanic from urea decomposition, that also makes ammonia. Yeah. What am I doing for my... I don't have a urea void. Okay. Interesting. I guess I don't make enough of it as a byproduct anywhere. All right, we can build this. This'll get some stuff done. This should at least get us out of our hole, and then we can reevaluate once the base is running consistently again. We can reevaluate if meat-based cyanic makes more sense, if other ammonia processes make more sense. If we can get lots of cyanic, maybe it makes more sense to do Volar instead of direct synthesis. But right now, we have to get ourselves out of a hole, and we just made lots of nitrogen and lots of hydrogen, so I'm going to use it. That's kind of where I'm at. Oh yeah, Petri dishes. Okay, while we're waiting for the mall to make those chem plants, we can pop back into YAFC and look at Petri dishes. Ingredients, Petri dish. Oh, that's so much stuff. Yeah, no wonder we're running low. But a lot of these are going to be empty Petri. Well, some things are going to be empty. What did we add recently that has such a big demand? None of this is new. Well, 6.5 for Zogna. Okay. 7, 7.2, 7.3, 7.5. Primers. All right. So that's 10.2 already. 10.4, 10.7, 11.7, 11.8. That doesn't count. 13.3. 17. Okay, so we need like twice as many. Yeah. We need to double this. Can we double this on site? Maybe. 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 Because, like, I think I still have some space over there from when I used to have different, bigger builds for parts of glass. Yeah, there's a bunch of space down here still. The question is, can I, like, fit all of this down there somewhere? Yeah, that'll fit. That'll squeeze in. I think I can make this fit. And then I don't have to set anything up anywhere else. And I'm bringing that in a warehouse just because we're going to have a bunch of seaweed as inputs that going to take up a bunch of slots. Ammonia's waiting for one more machine. Oil processing running. Somehow, almost. Residual mixture's not quite working right. Oh, because we're not pulling... Oh, my bad. This needed to be a red belt through here on the final output. Yeah. Checking your recipes, atomizer only did meat to tin ore. Ah. Yep, molecular decohesion stage 2. Meat to cyanic. Okay. Yeah, the atomizer between hard mode and pi block, I think a bunch of atomizer recipes have gotten added as recycling recipes over the years. And there's a lot that you could do, but some of those recipes only make sense in hard mode. Some of them only make sense in pi block. Yeah, we need a red belt pulling the coke out. We also are not getting... Oh, there's the problem. I was going to say, we're not getting it out of... here fast enough. Yeah, 2 trains with this stop now. So it's going to try. It's going to take probably a little while for us to start to catch up on the backlog of coke here. It's an unfortunate product of adding bitumen to our mix. Maybe... Trying to check whether tar becomes bricks cheaply. If you have pitch as a byproduct, then making bricks out of pitch and stone and then crushing those to stone is a stone positive loop. I personally never used that. I processed my pitch down into other tar products and made use of those as tar products, but lots of people do that loop. All right, I think this is doing better now, getting all the coke out of the way. Yeah, lots of trains coming in now. Cool. This is running, which means at least one of these is backed up. Grease is backed up. Wow. I was going to say I don't believe it, and it turns out I'm right not to believe it. Broke the grease pipe. That's a sentence. That's Xylenol. Where's the grease pipe? Grease. Grease. Yep. That is broken. There we go. And that's why we're turning low distillates into PTX, because it's not getting turned into grease. Is kerosene similarly broken, or is kerosene actually saturated? Kerosene is actually saturated. Okay. And what's going on over here? We're still not getting naphtha to that system. Okay, but naphtha's just filling up here, which means that it's gonna start overflowing soon into that system. Yes, there it goes. All right. I think this is mostly working now. Nothing's like jumping out to me as super busted. The grease was the one that I noticed. This system runs when it needs to. Hydrogen is, I mean, we make a lot of hydrogen over here, and that's the thing I'm going to need to keep an eye on, is if we're able to get enough hydrogen out quickly enough. I have some concern. But we're about to add a big ammonia build, so maybe I should try to do the ammonia build close by. Because then we could pipe in. Well, then I have to bring in the nitrogen. I was just thinking I could pipe in the ammonia here, right? And that would avoid... Or sorry, pipe in the hydrogen. And that would avoid shipping, 1,500 hydrogen or whatever. No, it's fine. We'll just set it up where we set up everything else, and not going to worry about it. And then did I get the request in for all the glass? I did. Cool. We will come back for that later and get Petri dishes upgraded. We're actually making it through to-do list items. What are the chances? Oh, science is almost certainly stopped on vat brain cartridges because we haven't had augs and therefore we don't have brains. I'm not terribly concerned about checking on that, especially since we have the tech for Mech Parts 3. We're getting ahead of ourselves on research again, which is good. We want to be pushing up through the research we need. Eventually towards purple science here. Let's see. Zungrors are a science requirement, so I should add... Oh, they're already on the list. Zungrors, Vonixes... Let's see. Numals don't block science. And they don't actually give me... Well, we need them for molecular decohesion 3. Which, I don't know if that gives me anything I would want to use. Numal ink to antimony ore? Surely that's just a void for Numal byproducts. And there's something else that I actually want them for. 19-step plan. They don't have... I mean, if they're not too expensive to make, and that's a... They seem like they're a really awkward way to convert like guts and meat into brains and chitin and arthropod blood. And then I need to void the ink afterwards, at least early on. So I don't know if it's worth jumping on Numals, I guess is what I'm saying. And that's the only other AL thing that I actually see in the list. So we'll get Zongrors and Vonixes done. And then we'll have a few other techs to work on. Domestication 3 gives me aerial caravans. Ooh. That's a whole thing that I don't even know what to look at. Pharmacogenomics. Finally a use for dingret pelts. Maybe. Wait, none of these things use dingret fur. Huh. All right, and then beyond that, it's filtration 2 and tholins are the only things I need before prod psi. Wow. I mean, I know that there's a lot of big things that are still here. We still haven't actually done Mech Parts 3 or its prerequisites, and that's going to be a lot of work. 3 AL things is nothing to shake a stick at. Don't even get me started on rocket silos. But, like, we're approaching purple science. Almost, kind of, sort of. Couple of months, maybe? Realistically? All right, let's fix this issue of not having radar coverage. Going on with you? Plastic. Of course it's plastic. It's always plastic. Oh, we made a bunch of them, though. Look at that. That's going to be great when we need those. I'm going to be able to potentially extend this because I'm sure we're going to need more. And there's a coal rock north, so I don't think we can build another set of stations here. I think we got to go to the right. Oh, but for ammonia, yeah, it's 3 stations. It's fluid input, solid input, and ammonia out. Like, could I squeeze it in right here? No, that's only 2 stations. Do I have a spot around? I don't, fortunately. Oh, high-tech circuit boards are running again. That's good. That's fine. We're just gonna do, I think that works perfectly. And a little bit more lag while the bots attach things to the main network. Sweet. So we've got nitrogen, hydrogen, and chromium in. Multi-fluid drop-off right there. Oh, no. No third parameter. Chromium's a solid. Oh, and it has been another hour since the last ad break. So Twitch is going to want to do its thing shortly. As always, I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. It is a good time for everyone to also take the opportunity, if you haven't moved recently, to hydrate, stretch your legs. And I appreciate everyone sticking around through the break. I do run just the one-ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off, because pre-rolls are stupid. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll finish getting this ridiculous ammonia build done. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, we are working on ammonia hard way. And we will bring in chromium. We've got nitrogen. Oh, this needs to request just like all the trains. I might need more storage for hydrogen. You know what? Let's do that. I'm thinking about it. Just because this is going to take so much hydrogen, we're going to need. All right, there we go. Now we can request twice as much hydrogen. For that reason, you have a little station with liquid nitrogen. I could do that, I guess, if I really wanted nitrogen to be denser. I could ship liquid nitrogen and warm it up. Okay, now we get the fun part, which is how do we do this the best way? Ammonia. That horizontally. Flip that whole thing vertically. That's one unit. Then we're going to have 8, 12. I only got 10 machines because I didn't really think about how this was going to be set up around beacons. I will build it with 10, but obviously it will be ready to upgrade. I think that's fine. Oh, I don't want these flipped. There we go. And then pretty much there. Oh, whoops. That is in the wrong place. I think that's about right. Now I just gotta get the nitrogen and hydrogen hooked up. Hydrogen. Nitrogen. And we are making ammonia, and I didn't actually hook up the output, so it's not doing anything useful. Fluid pickup here. Question I now have to ask myself is whether or not I want this to be higher priority than the Voller. But I really don't know the answer. What do I have that set as right now? Normal priority. Okay. I guess it's fine if they're both normal priority. They'll both just run. Although using less cyanic acid is good right now, so maybe I go up there and I make that one a low priority. But hopefully this helps with our ammonia demand, because we're definitely running low on ammonia around the base. Yeah. What's going on this side? Oh, what's going on is that I never actually hooked up the other half of buildings to the fluids, because bad at this game. Chrome is not expensive, but nichrome and tinchrome could be problematic. Yeah. We also did recently upgrade Chrome, so I'm not super worried about it. Then again, maybe I should be. Why is Chrome broken? What's going on? Why don't we have glycerol? Well, that's less than ideal. Oh no. Oh. It's because we haven't had enough plastic to run bogs. So we don't have lard, so we don't have glycerol. That should come back online soon, though. It looks like we did get bog food. Yep, they are running. Food is running. So hopefully soon? Question mark? Maybe? That'll rerun glycerol and then stuff will get going again. Hydrogen pipe missing on the right side. Oh, nope, nitrogen pipe. Oh, and these all need to have prod modules. Part of the point of this is that it can be prodded. Can I prod Voller? Have I checked that? You cannot prod Voller. So that is, well, it's more ammonia, and that's really all that matters right now. Yeah, and it gets made fast, so good. Petri dishes, I think we can also get scaled up relatively easily now that we have this here. It's going to be just a little bit of copy and paste over at glass to try to get all the pieces in place. But I think we can run up and do that. I don't see why not. And I need to turn off my always trash because I need room, or I need my bots to not throw away all the seaweed that I need as modules. That is... All right, let's wander over to glass and then here, let's double check oil while we're kind of in the neighborhood. The first two stages are running. Output wise, heavy oil check. Naphtha check. PX is whatever. Petroleum gas we don't have anymore. Coke oven gas, I'd like to see voiding faster, but sure. Tailings are staying out. Good. Cumene is good. All right, we're catching up on the Coke. Tylenol. Grease is just not here. Grease is just not here because we don't have lubricant. Ooh. Did I not hook lubricant back up correctly, or are we just not getting enough lubricant delivered? We're just not getting enough lubricant delivered. There's 4 trains on the way here, though. Any of them contain lubricant? I'm gonna bet that our lubricant situation is... it's fine. Wow. Do I just need more lubricant? Okay. We might have to look into that. Oh, we can prod this. Interesting. We might want to get these upgraded to Mark II buildings and prod lubricant then. That might be a to-do soon item. I didn't really think that lubricant wouldn't keep up with faster grease, but I guess it makes sense. I think desulfurizing aromatics is still a fine path, just because the only turd reroll you used is for lubricant. There's a lubricant turd. Is that bees? Oh, wow. That's a lot of lubricant. A lot of wax, but... oh, and that's from Colony Collapse. I don't even have to do anything. I can use this. I can just use this. Tufra. Oh, grease from Tufras. Okay, interesting. And then that would avoid some of the grease that we have to make from oil processing, which would save a bunch of lubricant. All right, now for the fun part. Can I squeeze everything I need to squeeze? Into the bottom half of this? I think so. I don't think it's necessarily going to be easy, but I think we can do it. Oops. Apparently I had an extra. Oh, well. Deal with that. What are our fluid inputs here? Slaked lime, CO2, and saline. Okay. The slaked lime we're making up here. And that is going to be from a total of 6 chemical plants moving forward. So yes, we do just double this. And that's pretty much it. What's the total lime input? Do I need to make this a bigger belt? 9.26 lime a second. So that's fine on a yellow belt as long as we have enough capacity here. CO2. Are we shipping in CO2? We're shipping in CO2, so that's also fine. And we're shipping in saline. All right, so all of those pipes need to get run south. Love how I did exactly the same thing twice. Really demonstrating my ability to learn. And this is going to be right through this water. Okay. Now just fertilizer. What is this? Oh. Oh, okay. I don't know why I don't have silver. I'm not going to worry about that right now. That's a problem for the near future. No silver is a normal state. Yeah, I thought I had it fixed, though. Um, hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. Everything seems to be running and running full tilt, which has me concerned. I wonder if it was not running for a little bit. All right. Part 2. This whole thing. This gets to go like, I don't know, somewhere here. You have 3 of what I have and it's still not enough? Wow, okay. Okay, I'm missing, what am I missing? I'm missing a high pressure furnace Mark II and I'm missing a seaweed crop facility Mark II. Let's start getting the missing buildings chest going. Always a missing buildings chest. All right, seaweed is starting. That'll be good. All of these are set to what? Yeah, turn on if... Right, if petri dishes in the chest are less than 20. So they're auto-limiting in each, like, chunk of it. So I don't have to hook up the output to everything else. I think we just need, like... this down here somewhere. Is there space to get this hooked up closer? Yeah. Apparently I also need one more glassworks. This is just rounding issues in YAFC and me wanting some things to be even numbers so that they go out on both sides of a belt and things like that. Those are the usual causes of the off by ones. Shouldn't be anything critical. Let's see. Glass. Goes there. And hot air, I'm gonna need... there. That's fine. Slaked lime is not running. Because the pipe's not hooked up right? Correct. All right, so the overflow dishes go there. Then the main output of this one will actually go this way, because this is the glass dish input. This is going to be biocrud out. So we're going to have to route that up. How do I do this? Looks like I just need to merge it in with one of these. I want to do, I guess, like this here. Actually, you know what? No, let's just merge these two here. And then here, we're going to need more capacity. Ooh, why are we stopped? Oh, because we were out of, yeah. Out of the slaked lime. That was my fault why we're stopped. Never mind, I remember. But here we have to be on red belts. And honestly, I should make this a high throughput station now. Yeah, silver is a constant struggle for me. All right, that should be enough capacity there. These are turning on here, except this doesn't have steam. Okay. And that's because we need a total of like 23 boilers. How many are here? Yeah, 12. So let's bring that down. You know what? If I swap out just these pipes, I might not have to get pipe. Well, I have to go back to base anyway, but let's upgrade the steam pipes on this. That's probably enough that I can get the glass hooked up. Yeah. And then grab the steam here. Same deal. Upgrade the plumbing. And how much water does that use? 1 is fine. All right, so we got a couple of the missing buildings here, but other than that, it's all trying to turn on. And is doing so. Sweet. All right, well, that doubles our Petri dish capacity. Hopefully that's enough. We've got a couple more buildings to drop off there. But nothing critical. I do still want to drop those buildings off, though, before I forget. So we are going to run back to the mall and then run back to glass just one more time. How is silver doing? Have we started to, like, rebuffer silver? Have we? Okay, we've overflowed the lead solution 1 to silver again, and now we are making lots, which is good. I suspect that we were out of something here, potentially like oleochemicals. I mean, maybe not. Is our lead demand too high to allow enough of the lead solution to go into silver? Is that what's happening? I would believe that that's what's happening. But that means that we need more, like, input to the whole lead silver system that we have to scale up. Because we have like a baseline level of silver and it's trying to spike up to the faster production and it just can't stay there. And what that is telling me is that we have enough lead demand that this lead pulp 1 isn't overflowing to silver consistently. Two more copies of the lead build. Oh god, no. We do have lead and silver upgrades coming, right? We have lead 4 and silver 3, but they're both gated under prod. But immediately under prod. Okay. So yes, I think we're going to have to scale it up. I don't think we're going to double it because I think it's already at like 30 ore a second. So we might go for like 50% more, go for 45 ore a second. Just to like limp over the finish line to prod science. And then once we are past prod science, we can upgrade it and it'll be fine until the next bottleneck. Because that's how that always works. What else have we done today? How is oil going? Both sides are running. We might need more... Ooh. Chromium alloy. What's struggling with that? Oh, interesting. Oh. Oh, no, this just doesn't have an actual solid input. I just left this here from when I copied and pasted it. Okay. I thought I forgot to hook something up. Yeah, getting rid of fuel cell consumption would be a great upgrade, although at this point, I have so much plutonium. Oh, we fixed plutonium earlier. How's that looking? Okay. I mean, yeah. It's still trying to shuffle everything forward. But we have space, and it's not running, and hopefully it's not running because we have all of our target stuff. Yep. Yeah. And it really hasn't run in the past couple hours. Okay. Well, as long as we have all of the isotopes that we want to have sort of stashed away, then I'm not too worried about not too worried about it not running right now. I think it's fine. I think it's doing exactly what I told it to do. Yeah, lead antimony alloy is definitely the worst part of the early fuel cells. There's no doubt about that. I also just forgot where I was going. Sorry, we're much further south than I wanted to be. Lead antimony alloy, running fine. Running fine. Do I have a lot of it? No. Did we have an antimony shortage briefly? Can't imagine you're just getting to this point with your PC hardware and without raised rails. This base is stupid. I will happily say that. You do not need to build like this to play by. We're struggling with slaked lime input because we only have half the slaked lime. There we go. Hopefully that'll fix our issue here. The slaked lime was the issue. Yeah, if these all manage to turn themselves on. Still not quite seeing enough slaked lime, but also they all need to buffer a little bit. So I think we're fine. I also have one more machine in each set than it technically requires, so we do expect the seaweed to back up a little bit at some point, or potentially for us to not quite have enough slaked lime to run all of them continuously. Might need one more slaked lime machine. Yeah, that does seem to be the limiting factor, though. Let's see, what can this do? 120 a second. Each of these will pull, yeah, 61.5. So in theory, this wants one more chemical plant. I mean, solid belts are supposed to be better for UPS. I don't know what the state of the art is with that, though. The real thing that would help a lot is less inserters, right? Using loaders instead. And it's just harder to do sushi belts with loaders than inserters. So I think that would probably help, avoiding sushi belts and using loaders. Because, like, where's my debug here? Sorry, this is a terrible background to try to read the text on. Inserters are a couple of milliseconds for me, which is, you know, significant. Fluid flow is getting bad too. Trains are up to 3 milliseconds. Train Trails mod is still using a bunch of time, and I'll have to adjust that. There are inserters underneath, but you use fewer of them because they have huge amounts of throughput. One loader does a whole belt. And is it still true that there are inserters underneath, or did the... Because I thought the, like, internal Factorio loader had finally been not fully fleshed out gameplay-wise, but fleshed out for mods to use. Although I don't know if that is just basically an inserter. And really anything that's in C++, not Lua, is usually fast enough. I'd have to double check all that, though. I don't remember what the loader situation is these days. All right. Well, I think we fixed a couple of major bottlenecks, which is good. How's the new ammonia going? How do I read the numbers there? I think it is like most recent average worst case or average best case worst case. I know the last number is worst case. I don't remember what the middle number is for sure. Surprised render is getting up at a couple of milliseconds. Although a lot of that is probably just synchronization overhead with the GPU. Yeah, script render preparation is bad, and I think a lot of that is train trails, unfortunately. If I was to find... I hate to do it. I'm curious if this, like, fixes a ton of my issues. Yeah, so script render preparation has gone to 0. Mod train trails is 0 now. Entity update is about the same. But that just saved us, like, 4... however many milliseconds of render prep by turning off train trails. Oof. Yeah, entities total can't decide what it is. A bunch of things can't. Well, yeah, it's right on the edge of high 4s to low 5s, although I see some 3s and 6s in there. There's going to be some things that only update not every frame because of various optimizations. So, yeah, turning off train trails helped a lot with the render prep. Gets our frame cycle back to 16.6. Ugh. Well, can I... we go to efficient, can we get away with it? Or are we back under 60? No, we can get away with efficient. Okay. Render prep is lower now. 3 milliseconds for train trails. Yeah, it's milliseconds. Ooh. That's real rough on efficient though, isn't it? I don't know how bad that looks when everything's compressed already, but like I can clearly see the like chunkiness of the trails. The other thing I could try is if we just want color, not glowing. Why does this look the same to me? Yeah, I mean, that saves a little bit more time, but not heaps. Can we get back up to balanced, though, if we're only doing... We are... I mean, yes. But we only have, like, almost nothing to spare. At best, half a millisecond. I might have to get rid of train trails. Oh. Oh, see, now it's up to like 10 milliseconds wait for update. So... that can't be right. Yeah, 60 UPS is here. I'm back up to 60. I was at like 54 before I started poking the settings. So reducing the quality of the train trails has helped. I think if we do efficient and just colorful, not glowing. Not as nice, but it'll keep us at 60 for a while. We should have a little more, okay. Yeah, so this says it's sitting at 3 to 4 milliseconds for flip. Up to 5 now. 6. Oh, and then down. Down when the trains are on screen. But I think because I have VSync on, the flip time is basically how much extra time I have in a frame, right? Because the flip is the delay until VSync, but I'm surprised to see like 12 millisecond flip. That doesn't seem right. I'm not sure. Because I know some stuff is in... Does Factorio use a separate render thread? Is that a thing? I don't actually know. Because if it's a separate render thread, then you can get away with... well... yeah, I'm not sure if I'm reading it right either, if I'm being honest. Is that right? 7,000 buildings that are assembly machines, taking worst case 3 milliseconds? Okay, I would believe that. I think I'm just not sure which things necessarily include other things and which things are potentially, like what's standalone, what's included in other things. Obviously, script update is included in update time, and that's at, 1.4 milliseconds. Train trails is 0.4 milliseconds. Script render prep is a couple of milliseconds. Fluctuating a lot, though. And then it's showing like a ton of time for flip, which seems weird. Although maybe that doesn't matter. depending on how the render architecture is actually built in this game. Anyway, yeah, I might have to finally give up and get rid of train trails. I think that'll save me a few milliseconds on most of my frames, and that might be enough to push us until we can get loaders. Yeah, because if we just turn this off entirely, that gets, yeah, train trails down from half a millisecond to 0.2, and script render prep just goes away entirely, and that was a couple of milliseconds. So between the two of those, I think that gives us a lot more space. Our update time is at like 13. Repair is at 3. Renders at 2.5. That feels like it's more than 16.6 is the thing that I'm... But maybe... Repair... Yeah, I'm not sure which things need to be accounted for in what counts as the UPS. I imagine that it's like update, pre-prepare, prepare, and then the render calls are separate, and everything from like here on down can be... Because Factorio doesn't double buffer its game state. So there has to be a synchronization point, and I think that's the wait for update time. I'm just not totally sure. I'll have to check the wiki. But I guess RIP train trails, sacrificed in the name of UPS. Maybe we can turn them back on when we get loaders. And for those that don't know, we're waiting for blue belts to get loaders because loaders have a liquid, well, fuel slash lubricant consumption. So I don't want to build a network to manage like the consumption for the lower tier loaders. We're going to be able to handle blue loaders. That's it. We will pipe the Nexalit slurry around everywhere we need it. And that'll be the only loader we use. All right. I think we're at a good place to call it a day for today. Rebuilding oil is a huge thing. I was going to say, it doesn't feel like I did anything, but getting this rebuilt is huge. Even though we're apparently broken probably on what? What's going on? Why are low distillates backed up? Oh, low distillates, not high distillates. Oh, because BTX isn't getting output. Okay. That is a thing. Oh, this probably just needs to allow more trains. I'm going to add that to the to-do list, though, up at the top. BTX void throughput for updated oil, question mark. And that's something that we can take a look at on Thursday. Tomorrow is probably Baba. I've been having fun with Baba. Thursday will be Factorio, and then Friday, maybe more Baba, maybe something else. I don't know. I always play Fridays by ears, so we'll see where we go with it. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. I really appreciate it. If you found this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there is a link to my Twitch down in the description, and I will see everybody next time.